Hello, hello! Welcome in to my stream today. So, I am, as the title suggests, I'm going to be making some pieces for the farmer's market tomorrow. I'm going to finish this really flashy labradorite heart pendant that I started a couple days ago before I felt sick. And then I also have a few other things that I want to do here. So a sneak peek, I'm thinking about making another little spider, but this time with this golden rutilated quartz. And I'm also planning on doing like a cool snake pendant with this malachite piece. So stay tuned. Otherwise, my stream is super lurk friendly, so feel free to !lurk away, because I know there are plenty of other amazing streamers on at the moment, but I just wanted to get started in my own kind of co-working way. So, and please feel free to enjoy the vibes, and let's just get right into it. So where I left off with this pendant, so I just finished making the frame here, and I was just setting it with the tape. So now that I've kind of have it where I want it, I'm going to... Hi, Echo! Thanks for popping in! Hi! Thank you so much for your stream today. I've been so productive. I'm like, oh, I can actually stream at a good time today. So I'm just going to be... finishing this pendant that I started a couple of days ago, my last stream. Yay! Appreciate it so much. I was just explaining that I'm just going to make the bail here, and then I think I might want to stick like a little crystal in there, like that little space, and make it all pretty. I know, right? Isn't it gorgeous? It's so flashy. Oh, I love labradorite so much. Labradorite and moonstone are my favorites, of course. Can't go wrong with all the flashy pieces. Hi, Idaho. Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for coming by. I hope that you've been having a great stream today. I'm sorry I haven't been as active. I've been doing lots of tasks in the meanwhile. But I hope that your stream has been going good. I am starting off where I left off the last stream with this labradorite heart pendant. I was just saying how I'm making the bail now, and I'm gonna try and stick like a little crystal where there's a space there. Yay, I'm so glad to hear. You've been doing so amazing with your streaming every day. Like, I'm truly amazed that I struggle to do that, so that is truly an accomplishment. And a big accomplishment. Me? Oh. Oh, that's so flattering. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I just try and be there for our community as much as I can. So I'm so glad that I'm able to support you that way. We are the makers and doers community. We help each other out. The plan is, after I do the heart one here, that I do have another spooder in mind. So I'm thinking about making a spooder with this golden rutilated quartz that I've been sitting on. I'm like, I think that this piece is going to be perfect. And I've never actually made a gold spider. So I've got that one in the roster. And also, I actually had a dream about this last night. So I'm thinking about making a snake head with this malachite piece. So I want to do like a few like red crystals as the tongue on the bottom, like crystal beads, and I'll just like use some wire to wrap like little eyeballs. I think that could be pretty cool. So that is the plan. So those are going to be after this one though, but I really want to finish this guy first. Hi, Fairy Tale Gather. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for joining the stream. How are you doing? Thank you so much for popping by. Thank you so much for following. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. And your message. It's so sweet. I really, really appreciate that. It really makes my day. We just gotta do our best. And I'm just glad to be part of such a cool community. So right now I'm working on this really beautiful labradorite heart pendant. So I'm actually just making the bail for this. Yeah. So I'm making, so this is the frame for the pendant here. So I've already kind of had it shaped out. And I'd started this on my previous stream, but I couldn't finish it because I was feeling a little sick. And now I'm feeling all good and back to normal. So that's what we're starting the stream with today. So this is how the frame looks so far. And right now I'm making the bail, which is like the loop that the necklace chain will go through for the pendant afterwards. And then also, after I'm finished making this pendant, I've got another two in mind. So the previous stream, I made a spider pendant with a black druzy onyx and silver. So I kind of want to do one in gold. And then I had a dream about making a spider head pendant. So that's what I have this one on to the side for as well. How long have I been doing this? I have been wire wrapping since last February. So not this year February, but 2023. So I guess about a year and a half-ish. So not really that long, honestly, but I've really found so much joy in wire wrapping that it's taken me not that long to get where I am, just because I've been wrapping every day for the past year and a half. I just love doing it. I really get lost in the process, and it just helps my thoughts stop a little bit, you know. Okay, and I'm making the bail on this one a little bit longer than usual. So usually I stop at about like 2.5 centimeters, but I'm just gonna go a little bit longer than that just because I want it to have a little bit more space to like put some cool embellishments on the bail. In my business, I've been doing full-time since last September as well. So we're almost at a year of cloud dust, and it's kind of scary and exciting all at the same time. I've learned so much this year about like running a business and doing art as a business. So yeah, it's been a really good time. Also, my streams are meant to be very lurk friendly, so if you are watching any other of the amazing creators that are online right now, like Az or Little Echo Cosplay, feel free to just do !lurk and just enjoy the vibes. It's all about being chill and relaxed here. Fairy Tale Gatherer says, so do you find these stones yourself or do you buy them in? Yes, so I do buy them. Unfortunately, I'd love to do more rock hounding because the area that I'm in, there are so many cool areas where you can like find really, really amazing material. But I just don't have the space yet to process any of them. So like tumbling or cutting, lapidary work, that sort of thing. So I do get my stones from a supplier nearby. She lives a couple towns away. But she actually goes and travels the world to see all the families who do like the mining for the crystals that I get, because she wants to make sure that they're all ethically sourced. And that's super important to me because there can be so many unfortunate like ways that, you know, these crystals can be extracted from the earth, which includes like slave labor or child labor, things like that. So I wanted to make sure that the stones that I get are ethically sourced. So I do pay a premium for the materials, but at least I know that everything has come out of the earth in good order both and everyone's getting paid properly, which is something that was super important to me. And so she sources them from different places in the world. So she sources them from India. She also sources from what's the other? Brazil. Brazil's a very popular place for a lot of common stones. And she also goes and volunteers in some of those countries as well. I know she tends to go to Mexico and volunteers there. So she's just a really cool supplier, and I really love her and what she does, and what she stands for too. Nichols, if you made your things, do you keep them? So generally I try not to. It can be very hard to sell them, but yes, I am doing this full time. So I sell regularly at our local farmers market in the town that I'm in. Every Wednesday and on Saturdays, I'm on drop-in status because there are so many amazing vendors in our town that there isn't always space available. So I'm on a drop-in status for the Saturdays, but I regularly do Wednesdays, and yeah, I've been doing pretty well, thankfully, at those markets. So doing this full time. But I do have a few pieces that I've kept myself. So on my character, my PNG tuber, you can see that there's a necklace that she's wearing. And that's actually a design that I've made for myself. It's a triple moon goddess design. And if you go back into my Instagram, you can actually see me wearing it. I wear it pretty regularly when I go and attend markets or even just like out and about. That's like my signature piece. Okay, and just a quick update on this pendant. Thank you so much for following, Echo. I really appreciate it. Yay! Thank you so much. Oh, and thank you for doing that. Now you are following. And back to this pendant. So I just finished the bail here. So I just finished making that loop over, and I just secured it to the frame here. Thank goodness that issue was rectified. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, so now that I've got the bail set, sometimes the wires move, so I'm just kind of like stretching them back out again. We'll bring back our masking tape. Masking tape is such a savior when it comes to setting stones. Otherwise they just like to slip around everywhere. Okay. Alrighty. So that's set nicely. So now I'm actually going to set the stone into the frame. Oh, good. Good for you, Idaho. I'm glad you went outside, enjoyed some fresh air. The outside world. That's what I do in my mornings now when I go and water my plants outside. That's my outside time besides doing the farmer's market. Alright, so I'm just going to add a few little crimps into the wire here. That's going to help me set this stone into the frame. Okay. And I've got to stretch these out a little bit more. And this is the reason why I usually only do like one little weaving wire around all of the bundle of wires. Because if I don't, then I have like no flexibility when it comes to setting in the stone. Oh, there we go. Got that nice click. Now I just gotta manipulate them to exactly where I want them. secure it a little bit more at the back here. Oh my gosh, I think this pendant is gonna be so cute. It kind of reminds me of like the colors remind me of a potion. Okay. So now that I've got the back there set, and it actually turned out pretty symmetrical. Usually they're kind of like not quite the same, so I'm pretty happy with how this piece is turning out. So now I'm gonna set the wires at the front just to make sure that the stone doesn't fall out of the frame. God, I really don't want to touch it so much because it looks so good, although it would definitely pop out at this rate if I don't secure it a bit more with that front wire. Sometimes it's hard because I never want to cover up the stone, but a frame requires that there's some bits of wire at the front. So I have to finagle the wires and see how I can do that. Yay! Okay, so you can see that my tool slipped. That does happen every once in a while. But thankfully, like I said, I think I'm going to be able to cover that with like a little bead. I kind of want like a little tiny dangling bead in the middle. I think that would be kind of cute. But otherwise, I'm really happy with how this set. So this is actually set pretty firmly, and I've really limited like the amount it's on the stone. So I'm super happy with how this is turning out. Hi, Vesper Star. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I really appreciate it. Thanks for saying hi. I am currently making a labradorite heart pendant that I started a couple streams ago that I wasn't able to finish, but so that's why we're finishing it today. Oh, yay! Thank you so much. I try to have really nice and chill vibes. It's inspired by a lot of our Pomodoro friends. Momo with the pastels, and I'm thinking about also doing like the actual Pomodoro as well, but for now we're just doing chill co-working vibes without any timers, just to see how it goes. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. This is my first time wrapping like a heart pendant before. Well, actually, it's my second, I think. But like a heart pendant, like in this shape. Because I've done ones that are a bit puffier. So this one's actually quite flat on the back, which makes it a lot easier to wrap, generally speaking. So yeah, now I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with the decorations. So I've made the bail a little extra long compared to my other pendants, so I have space to do like swirls at the top. So I'm just sitting with it and trying to figure out exactly what I want to do, because I've got 6 extra wires here that I could do loops and things with. Thank you, thank you. And I'm also planning on putting like a little bead in this space here, so either dangling or even just having it like anchored somehow to the frame. So figuring it out as we go. Oh, I just think I accidentally muted and I didn't mean to do that. Just in case you missed it, I said, yeah, no worries. Feel free to use !lurk. My stream is super lurk friendly for the co-working vibe, so feel free to relax, have it on in the background, and enjoy while you're doing your thing. And I wanted to say, as I'm thinking about the design for the bail, like what kind of swirls I want to do, because I feel like this wants to be very symmetrical. So as I'm figuring that out, I'm gonna go through my bead section, or selection, I should say, bead selection, and see what beads will work with the color of this labradorite. I love sparkly things. So I love using these beads. They're called the Percocia Check Crystal Beads. They are always so gorgeous. Like look how sparkly it is. Ah, and it's even more sparkly in person. I love them, and they're always great for the price as well. So I've been trying to get these in as many colors as I can. Blue and purple, two of my fave colors. Such nice pics. Yes, right? Yeah, absolutely. I know, right? It's always great to find like beads that are like shiny and have like a good variety of colors to match like whatever stone you're using. So I think that I'm gonna have to go with this lighter blue. I think that this lighter blue matches more with the flash of the labradorite. And as you can see, I generally get them in a 4mm size. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I gotta get more, because I just love how they look. They just enhance the pendant so much. But as you can see, I've started collecting like smaller sizes. So these ones are 3mm, but I generally get 4mm, and I do have like some bigger sizes in there too. The collection grows. And I always like to add like a little silver or gold bead to the bail, depending on the size of the loop I end up making. So I have like these silver beads in multiple sizes here. So 3mm, 4mm, and I should mark this on. These ones are 2.5mm. And I've got the same in gold, but 2.5 and 3, no 4, just because I realize I don't really use the 4mm as much. Yeah, thank you so much for asking. So I've been wire wrapping since last February. So not this past February 2024, but February of 2023. But I kind of started this journey by doing just like simple beaded stuff, like beaded earrings and the like. And I started that, I think, June of 2022. So it's kind of been a long process, but also very short at the same time. I've been doing Cloud Dust Jewels full time since September last year. So we're almost at a year, which is exciting and scary at the same time. But it's been such a great learning experience. I've learned so much running Cloud Dust Jewels full time. It's been a wonderful experience. Oh, thank you so much. I think it's just a lot of hours because I really lose myself in the process. Um, I just love doing it. It really helps my thoughts to slow down. And I also watched like a lot of YouTube tutorials. YouTube has been my master teacher. Um, and then experimenting with my own style and kind of what I think I like. I feel like I've only recently kind of figured out my style, which is kind of cool. I didn't think I'd get there yet, but yeah, it's been a fun time. I think I'm overthinking it. I think I'm just gonna do a simple swirl here. Just like this. And then I can make that loop. Or maybe get that little bead dangling in there somehow. We'll figure it out as we go along here. Oh yeah, that's so cool. Oh, I'm so glad she likes the stream. Thank you so much for recommending me. Yeah, I know I've got my little garden balcony this year. Um, it's not doing too hot, but yeah, YouTube has definitely saved my plants many, many, many times. Okay, so what I've done here is I just decided to do one simple loop here with two of the wires, and I'll probably stick a little silver bead in there. And I just wrapped it around the back here, and then I'm going to tuck it underneath the bale part as much as I can. And then I'm going to use this wire here that I've got sticking out to make a little tight loop to hide all the loose ends. And just kind of tighten it up so that there's no way that they'll get caught on anything. Because the last thing you want is wires getting caught on clothes. And now I've still got 3 here that I could do something with. But I'm feeling pretty happy with how this is starting to look. And I've also got to figure out exactly how I'm going to get this bead to dangle in there. What I might do is I might just have it anchored to the frame on the outside here. But still thinking about it, still figuring it out. It's the fun part about wire wrapping is that there you can have all kinds of flexibility in your design, and everything ends up turning out a little bit different. Do you use nickel-free wire? I'm allergic to so many things, and sometimes you see something you like a ton, but alas, you are allergic. Yes, I do use nickel-free wire. So the wire that I'm using right now is a tarnish-resistant, silver-plated copper wire, and that's just to save on costs. But I do have sterling silver-filled wire as well, and it's just silver. So I'm very conscious about the metals I use because of allergies. So for example, for a lot of my earrings, I have options. So for my silver ones, I do tend to use this wire, but again, I also do use the sterling silver filled wire. It is a little bit more expensive, which is why I do have it as an option, but an option, of course. And like for the hooks, for example, I have surgical steel, I have sterling silver filled, and I also have 999 fine silver plated on a nickel-free iron. So yes, I make sure that all the pieces that I use are all nickel-free, because I know that nickel is a common metal allergy. So Yes. To answer that question short, yes. Sorry, I ended up giving you the long answer as well. And a part of me kind of wants to have a little swirl at the top here. So I'm going to try it, and if I don't like it, I can always just cut it off. And like I said, I will still have another 2 wires here, so let's just try it out and see what it looks like. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's super important to me that all of these little things are taken into account because, like you said, it really can change someone's day when you know that they put that extra little bit of thought into their work, you know, to make it more inclusive. That's similar to like my bracelets and things. So I actually purchase larger lobster clasps than usual. So let me see if I can pull them out just so I can show you. Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, hi, Daniel. Thanks for popping by. Thanks for saying hi. It's good to see you again. Vesper Star says, I've learned to give up on so many things because of allergies, so I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. Oh, it's truly my pleasure to be able to make things as accessible to people as possible. And as I was saying earlier, one of those things are lobster clasps. So I like to use larger clasps. So it's not noticeable when you're wearing them, but I find it's very noticeable when you're putting on like a necklace or a bracelet by yourself. So here are the clasps that I use. And I also have some regular ones for people who do want them smaller, but I generally always use the bigger ones. So here's the size difference. So you can see this is kind of like a regular size clasp compared to the clasp that I use. So I find that for people who have like motor skills that aren't as strong, or like you have weaker finger strength, that these clasps are way easier to use and to put on by yourself. So just little things like that I try and make as accessible to people as possible. Daniel says, I know it's been a minute. I'm happy to see you streaming. Yeah, thank you. I know it's been, I took a little hiatus as I started doing farmers markets because they were super time consuming and I felt like I couldn't stream and do all the preparation. So I've been trying to get back into it more recently, and it's been a really good time. And I'm actually streaming at a good time today. Usually I stream really late at night, so I'm not surprised that I didn't have too many viewers then. Vesper Star says, I never knew they had bigger ones. Yeah, exactly, right? I'm so grateful that the bead shop that I buy all my beads and supplies from, that they have all sorts of different options. So when I saw that they had bigger ones, I was like, oh, I need to get those. So that's why I have them. Farmers markets are very time consuming to get ready for. Yes, they are. And I did not know that until I started doing this full time. And let me tell you, it is like, it feels never ending. Yeah, it's really easy to wear oneself out doing the markets, right? Because some people think like, you know, you're only attending once or twice a week, like, you know, that should be easy enough, right? But they don't think about all the time that goes into thinking about the product, making the product, and then marketing the product, putting it into packaging, and then putting it on your system, inventorying everything. Yeah, it's a lot of work. But I will say, I've never been more happy. it is way more satisfying to do that work for me than it is to do like a traditional 9 to 5 in an office. It has its perks. I will say it has its perks, but I love being out in the community and connecting with other vendors and other local people who've really fallen in love with my work. Like it's so magical, and I love doing it. I love connecting with people that way. Like, it brings me so much joy. Yeah, okay, I really kind of like that extra swirl. It kind of gives that, like, magical, whimsical touch to the piece, I think. And like I said, I'll put a silver bead in there just to kind of anchor the design down. Esper says absolutely, and we did lots of fresh products, so also dealing with perishables. Yeah, thankfully that's one thing I don't have to worry about doing jewelry is the perishables, because my product thankfully doesn't go bad. Yeah. Yes, yeah, I'm gonna add the big swirl to the back, and I'm also just readjusting some of the wires that have moved around as we did that design. Oh. There we go. Oh, I got twisted around. Here we go. Them back. Phew. Sometimes the wires have a mind of their own. There we go. Daniel says, I'm just really happy to know that business is going good. I really love your work. Ah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's been going really well. Really busy, but I'm happy for it. It has been a very good learning experience for me. Okay, there we go. That's where I want the wire to be. Trying to make them as symmetrical as I can. Here we go. Okay, so these ones I'm just going to kind of wrap around the back of the bail, and I'm just going to cut and tuck the ends in, and then I'm just going to do that one loop at the back, and then I'll set that little bead here that I have off to the side in the center, and then that'll be the end of this one. Just make sure to take the time for yourself too. Yes, I've been not good about that, and that's why I got sick recently. And at the beginning of July, I did experience a pretty bad bout of of burnout. So I'm learning, taking it in stride, trying my best to take it a bit easier. It's hard because I really want to put my all into every single market, right? But yeah, and I also didn't realize like how well things would sell because I made a majority of my larger pieces, like my big ticket items, last year at the beginning when I started doing this full time, because I didn't have like a lot of markets set or anything like that. And by the beginning of July, they were all sold. And I was not expecting that because I had been sitting on them for so long. I just didn't think that they would ever sell. And then July rolled around and they're all gone. So I really just want to work on a lot of creative pieces, but it's hard when you're doing the markets every week because there's just not enough time for those creative pieces. So yeah, I'm still struggling to figure out the balance of things, but I'll just take it one step at a time and just trying, experimenting, doing my best. Vesper Star says, you are important, but it is hard to balance and we tend to wear ourselves thin. Absolutely. It really is, especially when you're just depending on yourself. Yes, 100%. Yeah, I'm learning, trying to figure that out for myself, and I think I have a better idea now of that balance, but still figuring it out. Just taking it one day at a time, honestly. One day, one step at a time. one piece at a time. And I'm also noticing for myself that there are some days where I feel like I can create a lot, and then there are some days where I just feel like I can't create at all. So it's also trying to figure out like that balance, and the days that I'm creative, what I can do, and then not push myself too much, and then on the days where I'm not feeling creative, what I can do instead to help myself prepare for the markets. Okay. And there we go. There's this, I always have a signature tight swirl at the back. And now I'm going to set this beautiful shiny bead in the center spot there. Ah, thank you so much. Thank you. Not gonna lie, I'm still nervous streaming, so I appreciate all the conversations that we're having here. It really makes a difference. Okay, so, and this is my weaving wire. It's a 28 gauge. And I'm just going to feed the wire through and tighten a loop around the bead. Daniel says, do you feel like time goes faster now that you talk to chat and work at the same time? Yes and no. It's I feel like I work slower, which is fine. Not too much slower. But I always kind of get lost in the process, so like my perception of time is always warped when I'm working. So it's hard for me to say, honestly. Okay, now I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna set it so that it sits just right. And I think actually I'm gonna move the loop here for a quick second. This little spiral, just so it gives me a bit more flexibility with placing the stone, or I should say the crystal bead. Kind of think I want it to sit like, give you a better angle, like that, I think. Or should I just keep it empty? Now I'm not sure. Now that I have the bead in there, I'm like, I don't know. So I could have it like in that direction, or I could also have it up and down. Let's see. Well, the bead really wants to sit like this, so I feel like it keeps going back to that direction. So I feel like it would have to be like that. So bead or not to bead? That is the question. Daniel says, I just love how we can be here while you make preparations for your farmer's market. Ah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's good that I'm streaming at a good time today too. I think that's that's helpful. I tend to do my work really late at night, so I'm so grateful for our other co-working streams, because without like Little Echo or Az, I definitely wouldn't have been able to be prepared to stream today otherwise. Yay! Oh, the farmers markets are my favorite. It's always fun to go and attend. It says more complete. Bead too? Okay. We will do it with the bead. Thank you so much for your input. I appreciate it. Alright, so I want to set it where it's kind of flush here. I'm just going to use the legs and wrap it around the frame at the back to secure it. We'll do one here and then one on the other side. And I'll do this a few times just to make sure it is set and doesn't move. And it's also really nice to get feedback, instant feedback. That's always fun. Usually I ask my partner and he's like, yeah, whatever looks good to you. So it's fun to be able to get feedback from others as well. Okay, and we'll make this one a bit tighter. Oh, it's gonna look so cute. And thankfully, having the swirl at the back will cover up the ends of these wires as well once I'm done wrapping them around. So I think I'll do it another couple of times here for a total of 4 or 5. There we go. Sometimes the wire wants to, it kind of bends and I'm feeding it through. Making it a little tricky, but there we are. So that's about 4 loops. And I'm going to do the same on this side, making sure it's still where I want it, hasn't moved. This is perfect. And I'm also grateful to have the company while I'm doing my wire wrapping. So thank you to everyone who's chilling, chatting, or lurking. I really appreciate you being here today. Okay, and this one feels a little looser, so you can see it's kind of moving up and down. So I'll probably do a few more loops on this one until it feels more secure and doesn't really move. Okay, and that's not moving anymore. And because it's set kind of in the frame there, there's no way for me to nudge it or push it back, which is perfect. So that means it is set. And I'll just cut off the ends of the weaving wire here. Crimp them to the frame. I might just use this tool instead. It's got a little fluffy. There we go. And then we've got the loop there. Okay, so it doesn't quite hide them, but it is looking really good, part of the design. Ah, it's so cute. And I'm just going to redefine some of the frame wires here, just because they kind of get bent out of whack a little bit when I'm making the designs. So just reshaping that. There we go. Now I'm going to fit a silver bead in that loop to complete the look. Ah, here they are. Thank you so much, and thank you for your help. It wouldn't have been this beautiful pendant without your input. Okay, so I'm thinking we might need to go with 3 mil. Okay, it's like a little big, I think. So let's try the, oh, it's floating away. There we go. We'll try the 2.5 mil. Yeah, that works perfectly. So I'm just gonna do the same thing that I did with the little blue glass crystal bead. So I'm just gonna take a length of the weaving wire, snip it, and then feed it through. Oh my goodness. Sometimes working with these smaller beads can be a little tricky. And I'm just gonna feed it through the bead to make that loop, just to be able to secure it. Oh. Kind of like a knot. There we go. And then it's easier when they're both the same size, so I'm just going to cut them so they're equal in length. And then I'm going to do a similar thing with this one as I did with the previous bead. I'm feeding it through. And then this one I generally just kind of go behind the bail just to secure it around a few times underneath the decorative wires. Usually this part's a bit tricky because the wires kind of have the mind of their own. There we go. Do one at a time. There we go. Perfect. And that's going to sit really nicely in there. So I'm just going to go around. Let's see. So I kind of want to do underneath the decorative wire, so I'll do one at a time. The little touches really set the piece apart and make it look so complete. Yeah, absolutely. It really does, eh? I totally agree with you. And this is always the hardest part, is trying to find the space where I can fit the weaving wire around so it's hidden, but also secure. So you're gonna see me fiddling with this for a little bit until I get the wire exactly through the space. Ha 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 ha. Here's one. There's two. Just trying to help them get through. And this one's got caught on something, so just gotta gently tug and pull and see where it is caught. If I tug too hard, I'll actually snap the wire, so it's because there's this little loop here that didn't quite tighten. So I might just need to feed it through again. This is probably the most time-consuming part of the whole wrap. Okay, which wire is it? I think it's this one. Nope, it's actually the other one. There we go. Tucked it through. Perfect. Okay. So now that little loop is it's hiding. So you can, if you look really closely, you can see it in there. But when you look at the piece, totally, it's hard to see. And that's what we want. Okay, so now I'm gonna feed this one back through. And now I need to be a bit more careful as well because you can see as I've tugged it, it's gotten some kinks in there, which makes it easier for the wire to break. I just gotta be careful when I'm feeding it through. Okay. And we'll hide it underneath the swirl. Pulling it. It should go underneath. There we go. And I do a little wiggle check when I'm setting the beads. I try and like touch it and try and grab it in every way, and if it doesn't move, then that means it's set. So usually I have to do 2 or 3 rounds about, but because this one is so snug in the loop, I'm just going to finish this setting by tucking the rest of the wires in and then cutting off the ends in the bail here. Okay. And we'll just do one at a time. There we go. So now I'm just gonna cut off those ends. And tuck them in. All right, and I think that's it. That is the completed piece. So I'll give it a little wipe down because my fingers always get it a little oily. So you want to bring out the nice shine, and then we'll take our social media pictures for it and videos and all that. And then we'll take a quick break and then come back and either do the snake head or the spider because we like spooky things here. Spooky things for Halloween because Halloween is already coming up. Is anyone else excited for Halloween? I love the spooky season. I was so excited when I saw all the the Halloween candy at our local dollar store. I know it's such a silly little thing, but there's just something so nostalgic about Halloween for me that I just absolutely love. Vesper Star says it came out super clean and so well done. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it turned out as well. I think someone's gonna fall in love with it for sure. Okay. And I do have a few other Labradorite hearts as well, so I might put those on the roster sooner rather than later. It is almost time for it. Time flew by so fast. Yes, I know, yeah. It really does. It really does when you're crafting. I completely agree with you there. Okay. So I'm just going to remove my little containers here so they're not caught in the video. And I'm also going to mute my mic for a second just because I have to move it out of the way to get my hands in there. Okay, thank you so much for your patience there. So I've taken all my social media photos now, so I'll put that one off to the side so we can enjoy that, just kind of like in the corner of the frame. And before we go on a quick little break, I wanted to get a little vote to see what people would like to see next. Would you like to see me do a spider pendant in gold with the golden rutilated, or would you like me to attempt the snake head that I've had in my dream last night? I wonder if I can do a poll. I'm not sure if that's something I can do, but I'm gonna try. Snake head. Yeah, okay. Great. So we got one for snake. I'm gonna see if I can do a Twitch poll yet with the chat. Give me 1 second. Twitch poll. Snakehead as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The dream is pretty. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, sounds good. So no need to do the poll then. We will do the snakehead next. Thank you so much for helping. Vote Spider because she loves gold. Yes, right? And that one will be probably a 3-hour adventure. Because the last spider I did, I would bring it out, but it is packed up in my farmer's market crate. But yes, that one I can definitely tell you for sure it'll take me about 3 hours. This one I have no clue how long it'll take me because it'll be a lot of experimenting to see how it goes. I've got an idea, like I said in my dream, I was making it, so I've got some ideas of how I can do it, but sometimes it doesn't always work out. So I don't know. But either way, I'll get both of them done. Maybe today, maybe not today. We'll see. But I've got two snakes and one spider. So I think I'll do the snake then. I'll keep the spider for a little later. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so I'm just gonna go to a BRB screen. So make sure that you stretch, get up, get some water, take care of yourself, get some snacks if you need it, and we'll be back in like, I don't know, about 5 minutes. See you in a little bit. And I'm back. Tried to take it the break as short as possible here, so we can get started. So the stone that I'm going to be using here for the snake head is malachite. And malachite is known as like the stone of change. So it's supposed to help with moving you through times where you want things to change, be it relationships or personal goals. Malachite is a super supportive stone for that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks for sticking around. Okay. So my plan is, I'm thinking of doing it in silver, just because a lot of people tend to connect with wearing silver jewelry more, although I do want to, I kind of want to do it in gold as well. But my dream said silver, so we're going to do silver today. And if the design sells well, then I'll definitely have to get more of this material and do it in a gold as well, because I feel like a green snake with gold wire just like screams loyalty, like royalty, sorry, not loyalty. I think that would be a really cool design. Just plop this over here in the corner. Okay. So I'm going to get out my frame, which is, the framing wire is 20 gauge. What's this guy here? And we'll measure, I think we're going to have to do, yes, we're going to measure 4 wires for the frame. And I generally just kind of measure it loosely like this, just so that I know I have enough wire to make the decorations like we did at the top of the labradorite one here. I'm so sorry, I just noticed that my camera was slowly moving, so I'm just gonna readjust it. My apologies. There we go. That should be good. Okay, so I've cut 2 to the same length here, and now I'm going to measure, and those are going to be the 2 outer wires, and now I'm going to measure the ones that have the little loop, because I'm going to make a little loop on the bottom of the frame for this one, so I can attach the little red, I'm going to use those same crystals like these ones, the Pracosia check glass crystals, and we're going to have them dangle and kind of look like the snake tongue. So if I'm hoping that it'll look kind of cool, so that when you wear it, it'll like dangle, like the tongue's kind of like swishing back and forth. No, that's the idea anyway. We'll see if it actually comes out that way. But I'm taking that wire that I originally measured, and I'm just gonna cut it like, I don't know what that is, maybe 5 millimeters longer, and that's just to account for the extra length that I'm going to be using for the loop part, and I'm going to need 2 of those. Okay, Oh, also, I like to save all my extra little bits of wire. I should have got my little vial here. Just give me 1 second. This is from the labradorite project. I should put it away before they get knocked off my desk. Oh, Daniel says, typically when you're doing your crafts, do you do them listening to music in silence, talking with your family, or how do you do them when you're off stream? Yeah, so I usually just watch other people's streams. So the co-working streams have been a lifesaver for me. Or before I started watching streams, I would just watch YouTube videos. I just kind of have them on in the background. I always like to have something on. Otherwise, I really get lost in the process, and then I need some kind of reference for time. Right? Yeah, exactly, Echo. So thank goodness for co-working streams. Yeah, but I always gotta have something going. And usually my partner's at work or he's busy, so it also helps so I don't have to bother him all the time. I usually do anyway. Not gonna lie. Okay. So now I'm just gonna straighten out the frame wires here a little bit, just to make them a bit easier to work with. So those are the longer ones, and then the shorter ones here. Those thoughts are crazy. Oh, yeah, God forbid we're left in silence with our own thoughts. Yes, I know. Yeah, no, I can't. Oh, yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Sometimes they try and creep in right before bed. But I've been avoiding that recently. I've been bringing my book to bed and reading just before. It has been so good. Because I used to read a lot when I used to take the bus to work. And obviously, since doing Club des Jewels, I don't need to do that anymore. So no bus means no reading, and I've been missing reading. So that's how I've been trying to get it back into my routine. And that has been very helpful. And helping with my sleep, because my sleep was not doing super hot recently. So highly recommend it. If you have issues sleeping, try reading. It is helpful. Okay, so I'm just measuring out the shorter wire here just to find the center. So it's about 23 centimeters. So that means we gotta do, it's 11.5, right? Yes, I am pulling out my calculator to divide 23.5 because I don't trust myself with math. 11.5, yes. 11.5. Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so 11.5, and we're just gonna mark the center. There we go. And that way, so when I'm wrapping, I kind of have a reference of where the center is, because it is easy to just kind of get off kilter, and then when we're like trying to shape it to the stone, there's like a lot of extra wire that you end up losing. So I have found that this has been super helpful for me. Okay. So I'm going to take those two longer ones. We'll just do one at a time. And this is where I'm going to make the loop for the bottom. So I'm just going to fold it in half. Kind of gently, and then just kind of make that loop happen. Sometimes it's a little off center, but I find that this is the best way to do it. And I just tighten it as I straighten out the wires to get it to the size that I want it. So that should be about the size, and we'll put it against the stone. Yeah, I feel like that's a good size. And if the stone's smaller and I only have 3 wires for the frame, I usually just do one loop, but because we're doing 4, I do 2 wires of the loop. So I'm going to do the same thing here at the second wire. Gonna make sure that they're the same size because they're gonna sit on top of each other. So when you're looking at the pendant straight on, you won't notice that it's actually 2 loops. It'll just look like 1. So we'll put the bigger one, the slightly bigger on the top. So it should look like that. So it only looks like 1 loop, when in reality, it's 2. It's kind of a cool little illusion there. And now we're going to get the weaving wire, and I'm going to start with the piece that I've marked off. And I'm going to do a weaving wire or weaving loop on 2 sides of the wire that we've just did the loop here. So let me just get into it and then you'll see. And make sure I start the loop the right way. There we go. And I always like to leave a little bit of an extra length of weaving wire to start at the beginning, because it can be difficult to start the weaving pattern without having something to hold on to. So that's what that's for. Okay. So I've got that one as the bottom. And then we'll put, oh, we gotta make sure I get the right one on top again. I think it was this one. No, it was this one. So, yeah, okay. So we'll do this one next. And I'm just holding on to both of those. Trying to keep that little mark pointed up so I can see it. Yeah, these ones are really rolling around in my hands today. And there we go. So now I've got that one in the weave, and we'll add the one that we want on top. And again, I like to keep everything centered, so the loops are going to be in line with that mark that I used with that Sharpie. And there we go. And at this point, they're all going to want to move around on their own, so some wire wrappers have clamps that they have. Oops, sorry. But I don't have a clamp. I just have my fingers, so we always do our best here at the beginning, but once we get into the weave, it all kind of starts sitting quite nicely. Okay. Vesper Star says, I have a curiosity. Do you physically draw down a general idea of your pieces when you get an inspiration, or you just draw them in your mind and go from there? So it really depends on the piece. So for customs, I will always draw them down because I want to show the customer kind of what I'm going for in comparison to what the stone or what the piece they're giving me is going to look like. But if it's just something I have in my head, I generally just go for it because I usually can think about the process in my mind now, and I kind of go step by step by step by step to get to the design. So I generally don't need to draw them down. But yeah, but if I'm trying to show someone else, I will draw it down. I'm not very good at it. I won't lie. Usually they're pretty rough, but yeah, hopefully that helps. Oh, makes a ton of sense. Yeah. My brain works very procedurally. So either that or like I come up with an idea and I'll go backwards from there. I'm like, and trying to figure out like how the wires would fit to make it look the way that I am envisioning. But I will definitely say that a lot of master wire wrappers, they have everything drawn out, and they'll have their wire measured out completely, like perfectly, to exactly what they need, because like they know exactly how much wire it'll take to wrap whatever piece that they have in mind. Like it's kind of incredible to watch how they can make a piece come to life. I'm definitely not there. Nowhere near close to that sort of work yet, but that is the goal. That is the goal. Because obviously when we're working with like finer metals, the less waste the better. Because they get very expensive very, very quickly. So that's like the reason why I haven't worked with anything higher than a sterling silver wire at this point, just because of costs. Anything that's like gold filled, which is, the wire isn't all gold. It's 10% gold on the top, and then it has like another filling metal in the middle, kind of like how I'm using this as a copper based wire, and then it's silver plated. And that stuff is really expensive. So it's not even like a pure gold, and it gets very pricey. But one day I think it'll be an honor to be able to wrap with higher quality materials. But for now, I'm pretty happy with what I'm using. It's also called just like a craft wire. So what I use is Parawire. I think they're an American company. Yes. I think that's New Jersey. I really like this wire because they have the tarnish resistant coating on the outside. So it helps the pieces from tarnishing, which is wonderful because silver always will tarnish. Sterling silver, Argentinian silver has like a bit of platinum in it, so it doesn't tarnish as quickly, but it really depends on the wearer, like in their pH, because some people just have a higher acidity like to their skin, and so it'll make like different metals tarnish quicker compared to other people. It's kind of interesting, like the science between our body and the metals that we wear and adorn ourselves with. Okay, so I'm almost done here wrapping the weaves on the side. I just like to do 5 rows, so let me show a little bit better. There we go. So each row is, I just counted as 1, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm on the 5th one here. I'm trying to wrap it as close to those loops as I can, so they're nice and secure. Okay, and that one nice and tight, perfect. So there we go. And now I'm just going to wrap around the base wire there where we had the marking. So you can see it kind of got twisted around, but I'm not sure if you can see it in the camera. 1 second. Oh, it's kind of hiding there. You can kind of see it there. So now I'm just going to wrap around there so it kind of hides that marking that we did, and then I'm going to do the same thing on the other side of the loops here. Just First as this is so enjoyable to watch. It ends up looking so clean, like a weaving. Yeah, it absolutely is. It is wire. I know they call it wire wrapping, but they could also call it wire weaving as well. It's definitely kind of like that same process. Oh, and I've got a loop that kind of went over another loop. It's gonna be at the back, so I think, let me just see. I may or may not have to unweave that. 1 second. Sometimes it happens where like the weave kind of gets caught on another loop. That kind of happened here at the back. Right there, you can kind of see I didn't catch it soon enough. Get out my little poker tool, and if I can't fix it, then I'll just redo it. Because the little details really make the difference, and that will bug me if I don't get it. Yep. I'm gonna have to redo it. That's okay. It won't take too long. It's all part of the process. Okay. Find that little loop that went over the wrong way. At least I didn't go too far. Okay, here it is. So what had happened was, when I was making this loop, I didn't tighten it enough and push it, so when I went over with the weave, it went over this loop. And that's what happened. So I'm just gonna make sure that I have it tight so that doesn't happen this time. Then when I'm doing this, I have to be extra careful now because the wire has already been crimped. And when that happens, it makes it extra fragile, so. Just gonna take my time. There we go. Perfect! See, now you can see that loop is no longer sticking out. Okay, and now we can go back to weaving on the bottom wire here. At least that's one thing about wire wrapping, is that it can be somewhat forgiving when you make mistakes in the weave like that. You don't have to like completely redo it or anything, which is good. Unless the wire breaks, which has happened to me before. Okay, and I'm just gonna push that weave tight. Okay, perfect. And now I'll start the same weave pattern here and do 5 more rows on this side. I'm just going to re-straighten out some of these end wires. There we go. And just as a reminder, don't forget to stretch, take a sip of water as I'm doing this. I'm hoping that when I get the redeems unlocked, that I can do a hydration break and a stretch break just like Little Echo does. I always think it's important to remember to stretch and hydrate when we're working. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is going to be the 5th. And to finish off this pattern, I'm just going to wrap it 3 times around like I did on the other side to make it even. So 1, 2, 3. Then we'll cut off the ends and straighten everything out. So as you can see, as I'm weaving, the wire is going to bend in my hand, so just going to gently move the wires back so that they're all straight. Oh, and I'll bring back my my tape, my little discard bowl. I also like to flatten the weave as well, just to kind of secure everything down into place. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. So as you can see, when the frame is dead on, you can't even tell that there are the 2 wires there. Just exactly what I was hoping for. So now the next step, we're going to use our handy dandy painter's masking tape, which has been folded on a little bit. That's okay, as long as it's functional, that's all that matters. And I always like to make sure that I have that little gap at the front, and I know that this side with all the wire wrappings at the back. And now we're gonna use the stone to help shape it. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for raiding. You got to hear the new alert. Thank you so much for raiding with Full Blossom, Idaho. I really appreciate it. How was your stream today? Now, I saw that you were doing Palia, and I saw that you were sketching your character. I'm sorry I wasn't in there too much today. It was super busy, but I appreciate it. Hello, hello. Welcome in. How did you like that alert? Was it too loud? I hope it wasn't too loud. That was very exciting, though. I was definitely inspired by the Azurai's raid to do something kind of similar. Oh, and I think I can shout you out as well. Let me see if I remember what the chat was. Oh, yay! Thank you! Yay! It worked! My shout out worked. Please be sure to check out Wiffle Possum. Idaho does amazing artwork, and also... Oh no! Oh, okay, was it a raider from... I was gonna say, no, Echo, you're not done yet, right? I would have been so overwhelmed. Oh, good. Okay. Sorry. So Idaho does... Yes, aren't they yet? I love when that happens. I love when we get to raid each other. It's so much fun. She's still an hour behind you and 3 behind me. Okay, that's good. Perfect. That works out. And Sarah's just chatting you up, Idaho. So Idaho does gameplay. So he's doing Palia, and he was doing also the Sid Meier's Civilization 5, I think. I think it's 5. If it's not 5, please feel free to correct me, because I've never played this game, so I'm not sure. And yes, he also does his artwork, which is so fun to watch. If you've not checked him out, I highly recommend checking out his stream. 6. Okay, thank you for correcting me. Civ 6. It's always a chill time in there, and you can also play the Pokemon Catcher, which I never seem to be able to get, so you should definitely do that the next time he's live. They just announced 7 recently. Oh, that's fun. Do you know when that's gonna come out? Oh no. I'm struggling here a little bit. I got so overwhelmed by that raid. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're good. It always says, if you'd like, I could help you set up a PCG in your stream. PCG. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to let me know what PCG is. Is it a game overlay? I've got a game overlay set up, if that's it. I just haven't streamed to many people using it. Oh, the Pokemon chat game. Ah, yes, that's what I was chatting about earlier. Yeah, that's definitely something I'd be interested in. But I'm not sure yet. I'm trying to just kind of add things kind of slowly. So I've just added the Siri bot to my stream recently. So you can do like that. And it's something that Little Echo has in her chat as well. And it helps like to moderate like all those spam bots and stuff. But you can also do cool little commands like dad jokes and like cat and dog pictures and stuff and like cat and dog facts, and like who doesn't want that? So I would highly recommend getting a Seriebot. It's great. Let's get one in the chat actually right now. We'll do. I know it says I'm gonna go through the assets that Momo posted for her patrons and see if there's anything I can add. Yeah, that's a great idea. Absolutely. I know she has so many cool assets, so I'm sure that you could definitely use something in there. And I'm gonna do I'm gonna have to go back into my about for the commands because I cannot remember off the top of my head what they are. Just give me a quick second. Okay, so we're gonna do exclamation mark cat fact. Let's do a cat fact. When a cat drinks its tongue, which has tiny barbs in it, scoops the liquid up backwards. There we go. So feel free if you want to do an exclamation mark dog fact or exclamation mark cat pick or dog pick. You can do that. I'm just going to sneak into a little Echoes chat here. Da, da, da. Just while we were taking a break. Vesper Star says, yeah, that's why when they like you, it feels like sand paper. True, yes, yeah, when they lick you. Yeah, absolutely, yes. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. Okay, so I've been kind of fiddling with this for a little bit too long. So I was just shaping the frame here around the stone, the malachite, and I always like to leave a little bit of space at the top, so I feel like that is nice and centered. I want the loops to be facing down. I feel like the loops are just a little bit off to the side. Going to recenter it so that the loops are more in the center. Straighten these out again. Okay, so I kind of want to be there. Sometimes the step is really easy and sometimes the step takes a little extra finagling because you want it to sit just perfectly. Okay. Ooh, dog fact. 3 dogs survived the sinking of the Titanic. A Newfoundland, a Pomeranian, and a Pekingese. Oh, that's pretty cool. I did not know that. I'm so glad those pups survived. Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good about where the place... Well, actually, the more I look at it... Right? Yeah. Surrey-bot's so fun to have. Learn so many new things. Okay, I'm just resetting the stone here on the bottom of the masking tape, so hopefully it doesn't like bunch up the tape. Because it still feels like it's a little off-center to me. And that's gonna bother me. Okay. Okay, oh that's good. I think that's good. That looks good. Okay, perfect. I'll stop fandangling, and now I'm just gonna crimp where the wires are meeting up. Kind of set it to here. Just like that. Should be good, and then just make sure that they match up exactly where I want them to. Okay, these ones are just a touch low, so I'm just gonna redo it. So it's just a little higher. Okay, and crimp it there. These wires want to fold in on themselves a bit, but perfect. That looks centered to me. And now what we're going to do is work on the bail. So again, that bail is the loop that the necklace is going to go through, which is this guy here. So I'm going to do this one to about 3 centimeters because this is a longer pendant, or a longer stone I should say. I tend to do a longer bail with it as well, just to kind of help it feel a little bit more symmetrical. And we're just going to take the back wires here and kind of straighten them out a little bit. I do one loop around again with a little tail, so I got something to hold on to. And we'll wrap it around the bundle of wires. And at this point, you can see how some want to kind of like stack in, fold in on each other and not keep straight. So I'm gonna help them to straighten out. There we go. Okay, no. Okay, this one for sure is here. This one is here. There we go. Perfect. And then I usually use my fingers to kind of hold them in place. And now we're going to start the weave on the bail. And sometimes I just like to separate the decorative wires away from the bail just to make it a little easier for me for visualizing and placing the wire. There we go. And yeah, if there's other aspects of other people's dreams that you find really fun, that you'd like to see in the stream here, feel free to let me know. Because I'm trying to learn more about the streaming realm and what keeps people interested and engaged. So just let me know if there's anything that you really like a feature that you see in other people's streams. And I'll try and implement it in my own way. take a sip of water. Make sure you keep hydrated. And I'm just gonna mute for a little bit, but I will unmute if you unmute. Sorry, there we go. My captions were a little confused, but I will unmute when got more to say. But I always get lost when I start weaving the veil. I really enjoy this process. Sounds good, Idaho. Thank you so much for the raid today. Thank you so much for coming in and chatting. I hope that you have a lovely dinner. Feel free to pop in and pop out whenever you need to. Let us know what you get. I'm so curious. I love food. So I love hearing about what people get for dinner. For us tonight, we are going to be having farmers market fresh corn because we finally just got corn this week, and oh my gosh, it is so good. It's so sweet. Corn doesn't need anything. Like, you just boil it and it doesn't need butter, it doesn't need seasoning. It is just, oh, it's so good. Lido says I don't know what to get. What's kind of like your go-to dinner? Like, do you have a few favorites? Yeah, my plan tonight is corn, because farmers market corn. And then also I'm thinking of just making some fried rice, because we have some rice that I made last night. And it is a 1 night old, which means it's perfect for fried rice. Pizza! Can't go wrong with pizza. Every time I see pizza, I think pizza time from that Spider-Man video, or not, Spider-Man movie. I can never remember the actor's name, but I always think about that. Pizza time. It says I was gonna go out to my fave restaurant since I'm starting my full-time job on Sunday. Oh yeah, celebration. Yeah, absolutely. You should definitely do that. Enjoy a night out. Have a good time. Absolutely. Either way, it sounds like you're gonna have a great dinner tonight. says, but then I heard Azra's birthday is coming up, and I'm like, yeah, I think I'd rather spend money on Throne. Oh, that's so sweet of you. Yeah, I'd love to also contribute to some birthday gifts for Az. But I've gotta hopefully get a good couple of farmers markets. Then I can be able to contribute. I think that like if my spider pendant sells, and if the new labradorite sells, and maybe if when I finish this guy, and if this snakehead pendant turns out how I hope it will, then I should have enough funds to be able to contribute. Phil Blossom says there are a couple on there that are crowdfunded. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm planning on contributing to, hopefully, if my farmers markets go well. I was super happy on July 1st. I had like one of my second best market to date, and that was when Lou just became an affiliate, so I was able to subscribe to him and then also subscribe to Az at the same time. That was so fun. So I usually don't get like markets that successful, so that was really nice. Idaho says, I had no idea he had such an elaborate streaming switchboard. Right? Yeah, me neither. That makes a lot of sense, honestly, because he has so many things going on in his stream. It's kind of cool that he's like repurposing like a music keyboard producing device and using it for streaming. It's pretty cool. Says no one should pay for their own stream deck, in my opinion. Yeah, it is a tradition to get it gifted by your community. Oh, that way you know you're gonna need it. Yeah, absolutely. That's such a sweet tradition. For sure. I think that that should be the item that we all get for him if we can, because they are pricey. It's kind of crazy how expensive they are, but they really make such a big difference. So what I've done here is I've weaved about 3 centimeters worth for the bail. So I'm just going to cut it off the ends and crimp it just like I did with the base weave. Just going to put that roll off to the side here. And sorry, back to the stream deck. I think that would be like one of the sweetest gifts for his birthday. That, and also seeing Florian IRL. I'd love to see Florian in the background. Our lo-fi captain, pirate captain. They're just so cute. I love seeing them interact. It's so sweet. Show the thing that he has, and it has a few levels beyond the stream deck. Oh, cool. I don't believe he can do anything that is less than master level in every way, right? So true, so true. I know, it's like he just started streaming what, like 3 months ago, and his stream I think is like way more professional than like most professional streamers, in my personal opinion. Like like the whole ambiance stream, that is completely master level. Like, no, I don't think I've ever seen anyone attempt to do something like that. And like the whole set, like the backdrop. Yeah, it's so cool that he released like the DVD extras. It's such a great insight for people to kind of like see behind the scenes of like what goes on in the stream, because like there's just so many aspects of it that are like completely handmade and that you just wouldn't think about until like you see, oh crap, like yeah, oh my gosh, there's just so many things that he's done to make it such a magical stream. It's so impressive and truly an inspiration. Okay, and what I'm doing here is I'm just making sure that my frame still fits, because when I do the frame, sometimes it's tightens the frame wires, so I'm just kind of pushing them out to make sure that they'll fit again. Okay. Should be good. And now I'm just gonna set the frame with the bail here. I usually just use my finger and I roll it at the top to get the shape. And I like to keep the back flat here because I find it makes the pendant lay flatter on the wearer in comparison to when it is a little curved. Okay. And this wire's kind of... I feel like I've been battling these two wires this whole stream. They keep wanting to overlap each other. There we go. I think if I just have them out this way, that'll keep them in line. And now I'm just going to wrap these a couple times around the top just to set that bail. Aha. Do these ones keep wanting to twist in on themselves? We cannot let that happen. Where is it? I think it's this one. Yes. Okay. There you go. Okay, so I've done this side twice, and I'm going to do this side again. I'll gently crimp them and then cut off the ends. just got to pull out some of these ones a bit more. They've gotten a bit too tight on the side. There we go. Perfect. So at every step I always like to make sure that the frame is still centered and looking good. Because as you can see, the more that I wrap and do things, the wires tend to move on their own. So now I'm going to set the back by just crimping it. Kind of like making a platform for the stone. And this always ends up looking a little wonky. It's okay, we'll just straighten it out. There we go. Now I'm just going to manipulate the wires in order to set the stone in the frame. Again, this side is giving me a run for my money. And when I pull them out, I try and pull them out as evenly as I can. How the heck did this happen? There we go. This frame is being tricky for me. Okay. There we go. Should be good. Okay, so I've got it in on the one side. But it does not want to go in on this left side, so I've gotta just try and loosen it a bit more. Says, would you be open to receiving a compliment? I hope to express my thoughts without overwhelming you. Yes, I think so. I hope so. I'll try. I'll try my best to accept it without getting flustered. Although you can already tell I'm getting flustered. Go right on ahead and I'll do my best to not get too flustered. There we go. Okay, please. Please fit. The stone doesn't want to be set. It seems like I gotta, instead of sideways, I gotta do it more up. So I'm just gonna push them up a little bit. Okay, set there. Come on, Malachite. It wants to be set, but it also does not want to be set. Okay. Oh, I think I got it. There we go, there we go, there we go. Yay! Okay. Phew! I was getting worried there. Did not want to go into the frame. Just gotta move each wire separately. This is gonna be a tight frame. Come on. It's this wire that's giving me issue. I'm gonna look over at the chat in just a quick second. I need to get this right. Whew. Okay. Oh, there we go. And now we can push them back. That was unnecessarily tricky. Okay. There we go. Okay, I'm ready. I just wanted to express how much I enjoy your stream. Oh, thank you. Your voice is so soothing, and I find your content to be both beautiful and cathartic. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Idaho. Additionally, your aesthetic is truly wonderful. I have a particular fondness for the color lilac, which I think adds to the charm. Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Idaho, for your continued support. You've been there when I had no other streamers, or no other viewers, I should say, so I truly appreciate your support in every sense. Just being there, just saying hi, even just lurking, it really makes such a huge difference to me, and I'm so appreciative of your support. So thank you for all that you do and bring to my stream, and also just like the general community as well. It's always great. I always see you in so many of the streams that I'm part of, so thank you for all that you do. And I'm super glad that you like my aesthetic. It has taken me a while to figure out my aesthetic. So thank you for that. That really means a lot to me. Rido says, I feel fortunate to be here early in your stream. It's clear that your stream's gonna grow quickly. Oh, thank you so much. That is truly so meaningful. I try not to think about that. I kind of hope it doesn't. I actually really enjoy where I'm at right now, which is kind of like the slow growth. So I kind of don't want it to I don't want it to get big yet at all. I really enjoy this. Just the chillness, the being able to read everyone's chats and get to know people. But maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. But for now, I enjoy the slowness. But I do appreciate that that you think that I'll get bigger. Maybe. But thank you. Again, I'm just enjoying the moment. Enjoying the moment while we're in it. Okay. Well, this looks slightly off-centered, which was my fear when I was first doing this. But I think that, there we go, yeah. Phew! An easy save. Okay. Yes, that looks centered to me again. Thank goodness. Alright, and that stone is nice and set. So we're gonna continue on. Now, this is the part where I was imagining the eyes to come. So because I have all these extra wires, usually I just kind of like use them in the bale. But my thought was that I could like come down and like make little swirls for the eyes. And like have them set like that, and then have like a little bit of weaving wire to kind of anchor them down. So what I might do is I might actually do it like this. Just kind of cross it over. So it kind of has like a cool kind of design at the front, I think. And then come down like that. And then I can always put like another bead or something like here in that space like I did with the labradorite heart. And I think that'll work. We shall see, we shall see. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Oh, Daniel says, are you still playing the Market Sim? Oh, you mean Supermarket Simulator? Ah, yeah. So I really do want to play again. I haven't played it in a while. I kind of thankfully got over that hyper fixation because I was really hyper fixated on it for a while. The update was really good. But I have not played it very much since then because like I have to redo my whole storage area, and I was like kind of dreading that. So I haven't really touched it very much. But yes, the plan is to start gaming as well. So I've got here, I can give you a little sneak peek. So I got this is gonna be my gaming overlay. So obviously I'll have a game in here. That's the plan. I've got chat above my head. So yes. So it might not be. Thank you. Still keeping with the aesthetics. Anyways, we'll go back to our regular screen here. But I think I'm gonna start with Sticky Business, because there's some chat interactivity in that, and it's also super chill and relaxing, and I love the music and the vibes. So I think that's what what I'm gonna do, because I did try it also relatively recently, like a late night stream when nobody was awake. Daniel says, yeah, I'll be happy to see you play. Yeah, okay, cool. So it may be later tonight, possibly. Count me in every time. Aw, thank you. Well, I will definitely let everyone know when that time comes. Because like I said, I've tried it once or twice, and it's run okay. So I think it would be fun to do, but as long as I'm not working. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've got to figure out what my streaming times are going to be, because I've been pretty inconsistent with streaming recently. Because again, I'm trying to find a good balance between all the creativity working part and then also like all the administrative stuff that I have to do. Like yesterday I spent all day applying for all the Christmas markets, because now's the time for the Christmas markets. Oh my gosh. And also I'm forgetting what I'm doing. Okay, I'm just gonna speak this out loud so I don't forget what I'm doing. So I'm measuring the eyes, and I'm measuring it from the base here, and I'm gonna cut it at, because I want it to sit, where do I want it to sit? Just give me 1 second. Because I was just about to cut the wire before actually thinking about what I'm doing, and that is not a good idea. Okay, where do I want it to sit? I want the eyes to sit like here, I think. So that is 1.5. About, okay, maybe 1 centimeter out from the center. Okay, so that's 1 centimeter. And then I want the swirl to be maybe 1.5. So I'll cut here. Or do I want 2? Just give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. So 1 centimeter. Do I want it to be a bigger swirl or smaller swirl? I'm thinking 1.5. Let's do 1.5. So I'm doing 1 centimeter from the center, and then 1.5 for the swirl. So 1 centimeter, and then 1.5, which is here. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Okay, back to the chat. That's alright, I kind of got used to the late night streams. Yeah. I know I tend to do late night streams just because that's when everything else is done, and I feel like I have no other excuses left. That's kind of how it ends up turning out. So I'll probably do like games in the evening when I don't feel guilty about not creating. Okay, so now that I've made the cuts, I'm going to curl the swirls inwards. Okay. And I'm just doing like my kind of signature tight swirl. Because I can't speak. And I might even do it a little bit in this stream as well for like a break. Because I like how Momo does it. Essentially, she like on her break pomos, she like plays games sometimes, and I kind of like that idea. Being able to like play a game on breaks. Okay, I should have done a bigger swirl. Oh, okay. At least I do have a little extra space if I do it like this. Then I have that. This is the fun part of experimenting with the wire wrapping. Yeah, I should have done 2. Well, next time I know. So now I'm just gonna have to make do. So how am I gonna do this? Because I like where it's sitting, but now the center wire is bothering me a little bit. Okay, I'm just gonna do this one. But I guess worst comes to worst, if it really doesn't look good, I can just use another set of the wires back here. And just kind of cut these. Because I really want this to look really cool. Yeah, this isn't quite what I was hoping for, but the idea is there, so So I am going to that looks so goofy. Okay, so I'm just gonna move these guys to the back. And I'll probably just tuck them into the bale and just cut them. Thankfully, this is why we have lots of extra wires. So I could try again. Okay, so we'll do the crisscross again. And we'll do it maybe this time we'll measure it 1.5 from the center. And then we'll do 2 centimeters for the swirl. And we'll see how that ends up looking. Where's my... Ah, here it is. One and a half from the center, and then I'm measuring 2. There we go. Okay. So now we're gonna do that idea, but hopefully better this time. Okay, so this is looking a little bit more like what I was envisioning. So we got it off to the side here, and I think, like I said, I will anchor the eye here to the frame with a little bit of weaving wire, but I like the placement and I like the size. What do you guys think? And I might figure out if I want to straighten this or curve it a bit more. Might have it curved a bit just to kind of give it like, just to kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of goes with the design a bit more, like the curvature of the stone. I think it'll help accompany, I think. Is that the word I'm looking for? Accompany? Anyway, yeah, I think I'll curve it a little bit, but let's do it with the other side here, and then we'll see how it looks. Because I think that's looking pretty cool. I definitely think it's giving off snake. And then, like I said, I'll have a few little red crystals at the bottom. Contours, yes, that's it. Thank you so much, Idaho. Yeah, it'll complement the contours of the stone if I kind of shape this wire a bit more around and curve around. I think it'll look cool. Yeah, it's coming together. Uh, I keep giggling to myself because I think it kind of looks derpy, but it also kind of looks cool. It's like derpy and cool at the same time. Like it's got that kind of like derpy vibe to it, but I kind of like it. What do you guys think? I think maybe if I set it, it'll look better. This always happens when I'm trying out a new design. I'm like, do I like it? Do I not like it? I don't know. Does it look too derpy? Also, are the eyes two different sizes? Like, I swear I measured them the same. It feels like this one's slightly bigger. Oh man. You guys get to experience the designing phase. Why is this one bigger than this one? And I swear I measured them the same. Okay. Maybe if I pull this one. Because either I somehow find extra length on this one, the right one, or I'll probably have to cut this one a little bit shorter now. Yeah, it's definitely bigger. I don't know how that happened. Well, time to retry. So I'll probably just cut off just the smallest amount and then I'll recurl it. And then I can just redo it again if necessary. Okay. That seems way better to me. Now they are even. Phew! I was really worried there for a sec. Let us kind of curve this around a bit. I knew this was going to be tricky. Okay. I think that's good. Ah, thank you. Thank you, Vesper Star. Yeah, that was the idea. I think they're sitting like a little higher than I might want to, but I think I'll just set it as it is. It's taken me a few tries here to try to get them exactly where I want them, but I think honestly that's pretty good. They could definitely be set a little lower. Ugh, now I want to try again because I've got one more try, honestly, because I've got 2 more wires here that I could attempt to make the eyes. Because, well, you know, third time could be the charm. So what I'll do is I'll just kind of fold these up. Because my first attempt was, it looks so bad. But let's try. I'm just gonna set that first try here. Like it never happened. Just to the back here. And we'll keep this second try and we'll try one more time. Because I've got the wires to do it, so I feel like I might as well try and get it as bright as I can. So maybe instead of measuring it from the center, we'll just measure it where it is touching here. And then just have the swirl come in that way. Less measuring the better, maybe. That might be what saves this piece. And I liked how big they were with the 2 centimeter swirls, so I'm going to try that again. We'll let them hang a bit lower. Yeah, see if they come in like about here. Should be good. 2 centimeters. Oh, sorry about that. Make sure they're hitting the same spot. 2 centimeters. And if I bring them together, that's also another way for me to make sure that they're the same. Yes, and I even had my notch there. Okay, so that is good to remember. Okay, and now we'll try again. This one's a bit too short to reuse. Okay, and sorry about my tools. I always, the longer the stream gets, the messier the workspace always turns out. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna try again. 3rd time is the charm. Cross your fingers for me. Okay. Okay, okay. This feels more promising. Maybe up a little bit more. Okay, we'll just keep it. Keep it as it is. And let's try the other side. I think this 3rd time in the charm is gonna work out. Okay, yeah. I think that's it. Yay! I got it to where I want it to look. And now I'm just gonna contour or curve the wire to kind of help the contour of the eyes set kind of nice. Instead of it being just like 2 straight lines coming down. Just to give it a bit more shape. And I'm just using my fingernails here. Oh, just to kind of give it soft shape. Oh darn, I don't like that. Oh no. Alright, we can always redo it. So you don't want to give him like a, or give it a derpy kind of expression. We definitely want them to come down at the same angle. I'm just gonna bring this one up a little bit more. Okay, if I'm holding them down. Yeah, I definitely think it's better and it doesn't look as derpy. I think that the other eyes made it look a little derpy. I like it being a little lower. Yeah, I feel like that feels a lot more natural to me. I feel like that looks good. Okay. It's working. My vision, my dream. It's coming to light. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to anchor them in place with a little bit of weaving wire. So I'm just going to lift up. Oh, it's already kind of lifted here. Perfect. Enough for me to... Okay. Get that weaving wire through. And I'm just going to weave it a few times to anchor the eye to the frame so that doesn't move. It's so exciting when the vision comes to life and it actually works. And I'm glad I had those extra wires because the third time was definitely the charm. Ooh, I just had another idea. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I always gotta make sure I have like extra bits of wire for when I'm experimenting with new designs. I kind of want, sorry, the thought that I had was I could put like a little, if I have a bead small enough, to put into the center there to give it like a cool pupil. Oh, I might be pushing it, but I'm gonna see if I have anything that's gonna fit. And I feel like it'd be cool to do red. I definitely don't have a red one that's small enough, so I'm gonna see if these 2mm gold beads might do well in the center. Or does it look kind of derpy? Let's just preemptively put them in. Oops. Yeah, it looks derpy. Never mind. No derp. We don't want it to look derpy. Okay. I'll just continue with what I was doing. Pretend that didn't happen. Okay. So I'm just pulling on the ends here, nice and snug. So that way the eye doesn't move. And I always do the wiggle test to make sure it is set, and it is. And I always do that before I cut the ends. Perfect. Now we're just gonna tuck in the ends of the wires here. Dun da da da. So that's one eye. And now we'll do the other one. So again, I'm just gonna lift the frame a little bit, just so I have enough of a gap to get the weaving wire through. Not quite enough. There we go. And we're just gonna do that same thing here. Oh, and that didn't really tuck in well enough. There we go. And I always like to try and copy it so it's symmetrical on both sides. So I had side come up once. And I've got it going in there 3 times. There we go. That's what it did. And I've got it 3 times in there. And overlap just a bit, but that's alright. And then I just had it looped in here once to finish it off. There we go. I'm gonna cut that just a bit shorter. And then tuck in the ends. All right. Hey, there we go. So there are the eyes. Yeah, honestly, I think it looks pretty good. And like a part of me says it looks a little derpy still, but I'm pretty happy with it. Oh, thank you so much, Vesper Star. I appreciate it so much. Yay! Oh, I'm so happy. All right, so now I'm just going to do the finishing touches here at the top. Which I don't have much wire to do, or much wire left, I should say, to do very much with, because I obviously use them to do the first and second set of eyes. What would be cool on top of a snake? head. Because I don't want to really have too many other swirls. So I'm just gonna unfurl these. And usually when I do a swirl, I usually can't use much of that wire because it's already been crimped. As you can see, there's no way that I'll be able to get it like perfectly straight again. But we can use the length as much as we can just to get those finishing touches. And I can't manipulate it too much more as well because of the anti-tarnish enamel that's on top. The more that I work with the tools on the wire, the more it kind of scrapes away at that anti-tarnish. So I gotta be real careful. Oh, Daniel says, love seeing that we got 9 viewers. Oh my gosh! Oh, I didn't even know. Thank you so much for everyone who's watching. Thank you. Yeah, this has definitely got to be the most viewed stream I've had. Thank you so much. And everyone gets to watch me be make a cool experimental design that I've never done before. Thank you so much, everybody. And for those who are lurking, if you want to, oh, thank you so much. If you want to do !lurk, if you're interested, you don't have to, of course, obviously. I'll show everyone in chat what it does. I just wanted to see if it worked. Yeah. So feel free to lurk. And then you can always unlurk as well. So I'll unlurk. Yeah. Just trying to add cool new little details into the stream. Ah, thank you. Thank you for coming back here on Lurk, Daniel. Appreciate it. Okay. So, I feel like I'm having so much trouble trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with the front of this bale now. Because I always have two wires together because I feel like that kind of makes it a complete look. Okay, let's try. Let us try. It's not, yeah, it's so much harder to shape when it's already been shaped before, but I might just be able to make it work. Daniel says, love that. Did not know you could do that. Yeah, me neither. I have just been trying to do a whole bunch of research on like making commands and doing like little extra things because I love having like that little bit of like extra interactivity with like the bots and chat and stuff. So eventually, like when if I ever get redeems unlocked, then it can be like a redeem sort of thing as well. Okay, so I'm kind of making it work here. Honestly, does it look kind of weird? I'm trying to figure out if I like it or not. Decisions, decisions. Yeah, I think I like it. Alright, so I'm gonna leave that, and then I'm going to cut the ends, and I think I'm going to tuck them. So I've got two places I can tuck the ends, so I can tuck them like inside the bale here, or on the outside. I think I'm gonna do it on the inside, just to... It's a little trickier when you do it on the inside, because then you have to kind of like feed them through and then cut them at the right length, but I think it'll look better overall and keep like the back looking less messy, ideally. Okay, and I just gotta be careful to keep the design at the front. While I do this. Okay. So I've got that inner wire there. So I'm gonna do the outer wire. And I think I'm going to try and hold the design with my finger just to keep the wires in line. I'll bring this one up a little bit. There we go. And I'm just gonna fandangle with it a bit more until it's exactly where I want it to be, or as much as I can anyway. I kind of want the inner wire to come down a bit more. Just gonna gently use this my beater tool. I think I might just have to leave it. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it. Sometimes if you do it too much, it just kind of ends up ruining it. So better to leave it where it is. And snip, snip. Okay. And we're just gonna tuck those. Oh, I might need to cut those a bit shorter again. Okay. We're almost there, everyone. Okay, now I'm just gonna tuck them at the bottom of the bale. go. It's not the perfect swirl, but I think it still looks pretty good. And then this one, what do I do with this one? That is the question. Oh, I think I might just cut it and tuck it underneath this swirl here. I think that'll be good. Or I could cut this one and then tuck it under this swirl. I think that's what I'll do. Okay. Can't really get my pliers into there. And there we go. Okay, and then I'm just gonna tighten up this swirl here to hide all of that in the back. Okay, and that's how the front's looking. So now I'm gonna just get those little red crystals so I can make the tongue part. So I'm gonna use the bead landing for crocheted check crystals, and these are gonna be the light Siam AB bicone 4 millimeters. Yes, it's coming to life. So I can either, or I also have other smaller beads that are red. So if these ones don't quite work the way I think I want them to, because I'm kind of thinking like having them like that, but these ones might be too big. So let me go through my collection and I will bring back the rest of the red ones. Okay, so those red beads won't work. So we're gonna have to use these ones. And I think that they're gonna look really nice. So it's just a matter of the design that I want to do. So usually I've just done danglers in the past with just like one bead, plus maybe like a couple other like the tiny silver ones, for example, just to match, or whatever other metal worked with the pendant. But I did kind of want to do like like the forked tongue effect that snakes have. But I might not be able to do that with the beads, because I was thinking, yeah, because I think it'll look kind of weird if they're all bunched up. Well, it's time for experimenting again. So let's just close this up so I don't accidentally lose these. And let's experiment with the tongue. So we're gonna have to make a loop for the bottom. And this is the perfect time for using all like the cutoffs that I usually have for when I make all my other pendants. I'm just making a simple little eye pin here. And I'm just gonna see what two of these guys together looks like. Okay. And then the idea that I was having, let me just try it out. I don't think it's gonna look the way I was hoping, but we're gonna try it anyway, just to see. So this is a special tool. It's called a one-step looper. It's actually pretty cool. So you create and trim eye pins in one motion. It makes making bracelets and necklaces much faster than when you have to just cut it and do it yourself. So I'll show you how it works. It's kind of fun. So I kind of just have like the end of it at the bottom of the bead here, and then da-da-da-da! Easy peasy. Well, Idaho says, couldn't decide on delivery, so threw a DiGiorno in the oven. Oh, that's awesome. DiGiorno pizza is so good. Honestly, you can't go wrong with a good DiGiorno pizza. Oh, okay, I forgot I need to make the loop bigger for... I forgot we need to make the loop bigger for the double wired ones. It's okay. This is just the experimentation part anyway. Okay. Ooh. So of course the idea is like when it is... I'm going to make a bigger loop for this so that like it can actually dangle a bit better, but... do we like the one? Like one, and then, okay. Let me just try it. I said I was gonna try, so I am. So we'll do that, and then my idea was to have like another two coming off. Nah. No, I really don't like that. I think it'll look too bulky. Maybe I should just keep it like this? Let's make a few options. So we've got one with two. That's option one. And then let's try one with like the smaller silver beads. I'll make this one bigger. Okay, that's a bit too big. I'm gonna try some of my smaller beads here. These are the 2.5 millimeter silver plated ones. I'm gonna precariously. There we go. Oh, I've cut the end. I don't know. Oh. Put that in the bowl. I'm just gonna recut the bottom just because this one is too bent to put the bead on. Okay, that one's not fitting. We'll have to go up to the 3. It might be too big. Okay. We're just trying options. See what looks good. So this will be option 2. It's too bad I couldn't get the other smaller ones to fit, but so option 1, option 2. Is there any other design I could come up with? Or if we could just do like the one, just like the regular kind of dangler design that I do, which is just one bead. So let's try that as well. Okay, chat. I'm calling everyone chat for the first time. If you're here and you're present, I need your help. So I'm gonna clear the space a bit. Please give me your opinions. So I've got 3 different options for the tongue dangly part of this pendant. Option 1, we've got 2 of the red beads. Option 2 is we've got 2 silver beads and 1 red bead. And option 3, we've just got 1 single red bead. So I'm gonna put them on, and then we can decide at the end if that's alright. And I'm gonna see if I can do a poll again, because I didn't have to do it earlier, but I want to see if I can. Let's see. Okay, so I can create it from the dashboard. Let's see. Create a new poll button. You created a poll, la la la. Okay, just bear with me for 1 second as I try and figure out how to create a poll. Thank you so much, Vesper Star. So it seems like there should be a poll button on my dashboard, but I don't see it, so I might not be able to do it yet. Yeah, I've got manage goals, but not manage polls. Oh well. Let me just see if I can manually do it. No. Okay, well, let's try and vote. So you can either type in chat 1 for option 1. So let me type it here. So 1. One will be the double red bead. And then 2 will be the the 2 silver and red bead combo. And then 3 will be the 1 red bead. So I'm gonna put them all on, and then we can see what chat thinks. So option 1. And this one I'm gonna have to redo if we end up deciding it, because I made the loop a little too small initially. There we go. Just for a quick example. So obviously when I make the loop bigger, it will hang and dangle a bit better. So this is option 1. Now we're going to do option 2. You know what, maybe I just need to press these guys in a bit more. There. Also, my hands are getting a little clammy. So I'm struggling a little bit. Oh my goodness. Just give me a second. Try and keep those designs in your mind. There we go. Okay. There we go. So here's option 2. Okay. Oops. And now option 3. I should have made the loop this big for all of them. Okay, feel free to vote. We've gotten 1 for 1 so far. 1 for the double red. And let me know if you want me to put on the other options again. Kind of got them here. 1 for double red. If anyone else has An opinion, please. Let me know. If not, that's okay too. I was also leaning towards the double red, which is good. So let me remake the double red here as I see if there's anyone else who is available in the chat for their opinion. Do we have any other suggestions? 1, 2, or 3 while I'm doing this? Okay. Well, oh no, that's okay. No worries. Double B2? Alright. Thank you so much, Vesper Star. So we've got 2 for 1. 2 for 1. And again, I can always put them on again if we want to take another look. So far, this is the one that's winning. Double beaded. And we've got 2, option 2. One with the silver beads. Or option 3, one with the single bead. Oops, sorry. Oh, thanks for the cat back, Vesper Star. So let's see what Siribot says. The cat who holds the record for the longest non-fatal fall is Andy. Oh, Andy. He fell from the 16th floor of an apartment building about 200 feet or 0.6 kilometers and survived. That's crazy. Andy is a boss. That is a boss cat right there. Okay. I think that we're gonna have to go with the double bead. Ding, 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 ding. Winner, winner, winner. Gagne. Thank you, Idaho and Vesper Star, for putting in your votes. Hopefully, sometime soon I'll be able to actually put votes in the chat, and that will be super fun. I think that'll be great to do for future designs. Da 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 da! Oh, doesn't want to dangle. Here, wait. There we go. It's always kind of hard to show off the dangle because I've got the cameras kind of right on top, so. Cute! Okay, and do we feel like we could put like a bead at the top here? Just like another silver bead to kind of finish off the look? Let's try. I'll just get rid of these losing options. Woo! Fling it fling it to the side. There we go. Maybe a little bead at the top. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. It feels like it needs that little bit to complete it. And I'm also wondering. Let me just try. Try and see if this looks good. I'm thinking about just putting like another little bead kind of where that space is. Just so that there's kind of like an empty cross at the top. Yeah. Thank you so much, Vesper Star. All right, I'll do it then. You say it looks good. I think it'll look good too. Yeah. Alrighty. I'm gonna get my weaving wire and cut the lengths and set these guys in. And then we'll be done with this beautiful experimental snake pendant. Sorry I'm on and off. I'm making some stir-fried rice. No problem. No worries whatsoever. You don't need to apologize at all. Make sure that you are paying attention to the food. That is more important for sure. Just gonna try and clean up a little bit. Okay. We'll do the smaller bead first. Oh, it's getting pretty close to dinner time where we are here. So I might just end the stream. But I might come back later and do that gaming stream that I was talking about. But if not, I will definitely be doing it maybe tomorrow. I think that'll be fun because usually the aftermarket times are always super exhausting for me. I always just kind of end up sitting around and doing nothing. But I think it might be fun just to, do an easy little stream with Sticky Business and see if anyone else is online at that time, and we can chill that way. Okay, so got the bead ready and set, and we're just gonna feed it through and wrap it around the back of the frame. Oh yeah, gotta move the swirl here. Doop. Vesper Star says, "Oh, I heard of that game. It was well praised for sure." Yeah, my partner gifted to me a little while ago, just for me to try and play by myself. But then when I did a test stream a few streams ago, it actually gave me some chat compatibility, so that like chat could actually order, like make sticker orders, which is super cute. So I feel like that'd be super fun to kind of have that like exchange there with chat being involved in the game. It's always fun. And as Michelle says, I hope market goes great and it's not too heavy on you. Thank you so much. Yeah, me too. The Saturday ones are always hit and miss for energy for me, because they're definitely there's way more pressure for the Saturday ones because it is a way bigger market compared to the Wednesday one, because that's where like we have all the food vendors and we close down the street, and like for the entire block. So it's always like stressful finding parking because there's so many more vendors in the area, and then like lugging all your stuff to your spot, and because I'm on a wait list for Saturdays, I never get the same spot. So I'm always just kind of wherever they can put me. And that's always like an extra little bit of added stress when you don't know exactly where you are. And I always like to be there a little early because the market starts at 8:30. So they say to come at least an hour early, but because I like not to be stressed as much as possible, I'll come at around 7. But that also means that all my neighboring vendors generally aren't there. So it makes finding my spot a little tricky sometimes. But fingers crossed tomorrow will be a easy breezy sort of day. Okay, so the bead passes the wiggle test. Perfect. And it's been nicely set at the back, so I'll just cut off the remaining wire. Okay. I'm gonna put the swirl there. Yay, that's so cute! Oh, I think this turned out exactly how I was hoping to in my dream. I'm just gonna secure this little dangly a little bit better. There we go. Perfect. Okay, and then I think I'm gonna do that last silver bead at the top as well. Yeah, I am. I feel like because it kind of helps lead the eye to the center of the pendant a bit more. So we'll do another quick snip on the weaving wire. Woo! I always do that. Okay. There we go. And quick loop. That's how it's gonna look. And we'll just wrap the ends of this bead around the bail. Do one leg at a time. And we want it to kind of hide underneath the swirl here design. So I'm just gonna go kind of under. Pull it tight. And we'll do it a second time, just to make sure it's set nice. Do the wiggle test. Yep, that is nice and secured. So we'll just cut off the ends and hide it at the bottom. Okay, and that's gonna be the finished snake head pendant. Thank you so much for everyone who helped me with all the design decisions today. It was super duper helpful in figuring out how this piece was gonna end up, and I'm feeling pretty good. You know, usually my first prototypes are always a little sketchy. Well, they always look kind of derpy, but I think that the snake head turned out pretty cool. Yeah, thank you so much, Idaho. So I'm just gonna clean up my space here so I can take the social media photos and videos and all that. Oh, and I also gotta put all my beads away, my experimental beads. I wanna make sure that they find their home so I can find them again. Oh, thank you so much for joining me today, Vesper Star. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm hoping to be able to do more. The more organized I am, the more I can do in the future, and I'm also trying to put like less pressure on myself as well. So we shall see, But we're not quite done. We're almost done. But not quite. Just gotta do the last little bit of the cleaning here. Okay. And I'm super happy with the stream. I felt like I was super productive. And I definitely wouldn't be able to do it without your guys' help. Okay, so where's my cell? Here we go. Video. It's always kind of a fun time when I'm trying to video one of the danglers. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna mute my mic and put it to the side just because my phone gets in the way. Just give you 1 second. All right. Oh, Let me just move this down a bit. Okay. Oh, Vesper Star says, I have to say I'm not sure how much you streamed, but you are natural. Oh, thank you. Honestly, not very much. I started, I think in Feb. When did I start? I think maybe March, February-ish, something like that. But then I kind of took a hiatus for a little bit because all the farmers markets started and I was just so overwhelmed. So I've just been doing it again recently, so maybe it's like in the past week or so. So not too much. So thank you so much for your compliment. That really means so much to me. Maybe if it helps, I used to do I used to make music teaching tutorials. Like on my I play flute. So I have my YouTube channel where I used to make videos for like 2 or 3 years, back when I lived in Toronto, and then when I moved to where I am now. And I stopped doing those just because I just wasn't feeling as inspired to do teaching videos. So I guess I have a little bit of experience from that, but Twitch not so much. But I will say that I have been watching tons of other streamers, so I feel like I've absorbed a little bit of everyone's style and was able to kind of bring it into my own stream. So thank you so much. I do appreciate that. But we are done for today. So here are the 2 beautiful pendants that we've made. So this one is that beautiful flashy heart labradorite that we did. We finished that I had started previously. But then of course the super cool snake head pendant. I'm super happy with how it turned out. You know, I wasn't sure if it was going to look derpy or not, but I think it looks pretty cool. And it was so cool to have everyone put their input in and their opinions to help me, make the coolest pendant I could. So thank you so much for joining me here today and for lurking, everyone who was here and just chilling out with me while I was rapping and didn't say anything. That is totally okay. That this is a very lurk-friendly stream, so I'm super grateful for everyone who decided to stick around. Thank you so much, Idaho, for the raid as well. That was so much fun, and I'm so glad I was able to chat with every one of you. Thank you, Vesper Star. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you so much. I'm trying to go back in the chat to see who else was chatting. I just want to say thank you to. Thank you, Little Echo Cosplay, of course, for popping in as well. Yeah, and I think that's it for today. So I'm just going to put us on to our ending stream, and I know exactly who I'm going to raid into. We are going to raid the Misty Greenhouse. She is a wonderful streamer. She has been playing, looks like, I think it's Mario, is it the paper one? Mario, yes, Paper Mario, the 1,000-Year Door. I know that you're gonna have a great time over there. She's super fun, and I hope you guys all have a great time zone wherever you are. Thank you so much again. Thanks again for popping by, and see you next time. Bye bye.